I'd like to call the meeting to order, and with that, I'll do the land acknowledgement. As we gather today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Omawini people. We thank the Omawini people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we're extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée.
Keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
And Madam Clerk, can you conduct roll call, please?
Sure, and thank you, Warden. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Proctor.
Present.
Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster.
Present.
Councillor Donahue. Warden Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Yon.
Present.
Councillor Lynch. Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Present.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. And my apologies for the late start. We had a committee meeting that ran a little longer than we anticipated. Are there any disclosures of community interest and the general nature thereof? Okay, seeing none. And if I could have a motion for the adoption of the minutes of County Council, June 26, 2024, please. Councillor, member from Deep River, second by a member from Greater Madawaska. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. And if I could have a motion for the adoption of the closed minutes of June 26, 2024. And I believe they were in your package. Member from Kittle-Haggerty Richards, member from Arnprior. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And we'll move to my address. Welcome back. It's wonderful to see everyone here after our summer break. I trust you all had a chance to unwind and to recharge. Just as I did, I took some time to work on some home projects, and I also managed to get lost in a few good non-substance novels. We're pleased to introduce Deputy Mayor Dana Proctor from the Township of Horton, who recently has taken the County of Renfrew oath of office. She will be stepping in for Mayor Bennett during his absence, and we send our best wishes to Councillor Bennett during his health journey. Over the summer, I had the privilege of attending 52 meetings and events on county business. Reflecting on those experiences, I'm reminded of the vibrant and diverse nature of our communities. Each town and each of our villages have their own charm, and I'm deeply grateful to the volunteers who dedicate their time and energy to organizing such engaging events. Renfrew County truly shines as a fantastic summer destination, and it is with our collective thanks to them for their efforts and enthusiasm in producing these events for our local residents and our visitors. June 28, I attended the Work to End Intimate Partner Violence event in Barry's Bay. We're becoming all too aware of intimate partner violence tragedies in our communities, and we need to work together to find an end. My FM recently shared that over the course of a single week, there were 5 separate incidents of intimate partner violence across Renfrew County, leading to multiple criminal charges. It's fast approaching the time, and maybe it's past the time where it's intolerable, and we have to speak up more and more often about it. I celebrated Canada Day in Amherst Bromley. At the time, or while I was there, we also acknowledged the milestones of several volunteer firefighters. On behalf of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, I was in Frontenac County on July 5th for the opening of a paramedic station in Glen Burnie. As we start considering the replacement of some of our own assets, this was a valuable learning experience. Inside Ottawa Valley interviewed me on July 8 regarding our MESA program, and you're going to hear more during the committee's reports on the successes so far with the MESA program. The 96-bed Four Seasons Lodge groundbreaking took place on August 2nd in Deep River. This is huge news for long-term care in our county, and I was happy to attend alongside Councillor Grills, Giardini, and Service, along with Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke MPP John Yakubuski. I attended the Armpire Cultural Night on August 24th, and a huge thank you to Councillor Lynch and Mayor McGee for their hospitality. On August 27th, I attended along with our CAO Algonquin College's Dean's Luncheon at the Pembroke campus. It was a great opportunity to discuss many of the community challenges along with leaders from across several sectors in Renfrew County. We look forward to strengthening our relationship with the college as we move forward on several new initiatives in the future. August was spent preparing for the delegations at the AMO conference through AMO, Eastern Ontario Wardens, and the county. We participated in 5 delegation meetings with the county and an additional 5 with the Wardens Caucus, which we'll go into in more detail about during our meeting. I would like to thank Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke MPP John Yakubuski for his engagement at our delegations, and also to you for your engagement as well. The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus held delegations with the Honourable Sean Fraser, Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities for Canada, the Honourable Minister Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions Michael Tabola, NDP Caucus and the Liberal Caucus, and Dave Smith, the Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Finance, and we also met with the Ontario Medical Association. On behalf of County Council, I would like to express my sincere condolences to the family of former Warden Bill Schwig. Bill passed away July 12th. Bill was the last Reeve of Radcliffe Township and the first Reeve of Madawaska Valley Township. He also served 2 terms as warden for the county of Renfrew in 2002 and 2003. And as warden, Bill led us into the new world with a much smaller council, as many of the newly amalgamated municipalities were formed during his tenure. I had the opportunity to attend the public remembrance of Bill, and it was quite entertaining. Councillor Wilmer was there as well, and I'm sure he'll agree with me. There was a lot of good laughs. Bill was quite a character and quite accomplished, and will certainly be missed by his community. As summer winds down and school is around the corner, I would like to offer sincere appreciation and thanks to the following students that worked at the County of Renfrew over the summer. In Human Resources, Kira Sully and Mackenzie Stewart. In Emergency Service, Brianna Kisnix, Delaney Barr, and Maya Lariviere. In Public Works and Engineering, Kyle Rice, Brendan Spencer, William Sullivan, and Owen Lynch. In Development and Property, Grant Hurley and Braden Yarmel. In Community Services, Maeve Elliott and Peyton Leach. We wish you all the best with your future endeavors. We would also like to remind the community with the ongoing issues and the possibility that school buses will not be running, that we hope that they can be patient. There may be more students walking, and there may be more cars dropping off at school, so there should be, I won't say could be, there should be some congestion, and we would certainly counsel patience and maybe an alternate route to keep away from the schools. So again, thank you to the community for their understanding. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Okay, so we'll move to delegations. So on June the 7th, the 17th annual Renfrew County Wardens Golf Tournament took place at the Dragonfly Golf Links, which raised over $5,000 for our two local charities, the Autism Ontario East Region and the County of Renfrew Housing and Homelessness Fund. Today, we would like to present a check in the amount of $2,500 to each agency. Tassim Ali is the Fund and Volunteer Coordinator for the Eastern Region of Ontario East Region of Autism Ontario, and she's here to provide us with a presentation and accept the donation.
Jason. Sorry. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Tassina Ali, and I'm the Fund and Volunteer Coordinator for Autism Ontario East Region. Before I begin our quick presentation about Autism Ontario, I want to congratulate you for another successful Wardens Golf Tournament at the Dragonfly Golf Links. And on behalf of all of us at Autism Ontario, I want to thank everyone involved in making the golf tournament possible and for directing some of the fundraised dollars towards the charitable programs and services of Autism Ontario. Without further ado, I'll begin the presentation. So, Autism Ontario is a charitable organization founded in 1973, and we have 50 years of experiences supporting, representing, and advocating for autistic individuals, their families, and their caregivers. At Autism Ontario, our vision is to create a more supportive and inclusive Ontario for autism, and our vision is Best Life, Better World, Making Autism Matter. We follow our CARE values, which are collaboration, accountability, respect, and evidence-informed. Autism is neurodevelopmental. It affects how a person communicates and interacts with the world. It has no cultural boundaries. If you want to advance your slides. Okay, thanks. Autism has no cultural boundaries. It transcends all ethnicities, religions, and sociocultural backgrounds. And autism is a type of neurodiversity. It was coined by a sociologist in the late 1990s who felt that the term explained that that there are positives that come with neurodiversity, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Every autistic person can thrive with the right support, and autism means something different for everyone. Autism prevalence, it affects 1 in every 42 males and 1 in every 165 females. And in Canada, an estimated 1 in 66 have been diagnosed with autism. So some common myths about autism is that so autism is not caused by vaccinations, it's not caused by poor parenting styles, it's not contagious, and autism is not temporary or something that you grow out of. Autism Ontario has 7 regions. It includes the Central East region, the Central West region, the East region, the North region, South region, Toronto region, and West region. We have 7 regions so that we can reach people who have autism and those affected by it in all communities across Ontario. So the East region, where we are, it covers Hastings, Prince Edward County, Renfrew, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington, Leeds and Grenville, Lanark, Ottawa, Prescott and Russell, Stormont, and Dundas and Glengarry. There are 2 East Region staff covering this region, myself and my colleague Kimberly Lawson, and she is the program and volunteer coordinator. Fundraise dollars make the following possible: activities, webinars, and support, such as recreational programs that are offered both online and in person, ticketed events like hockey, movies, virtual support for caregivers, and informative webinars and workshops. And it benefits those who are waiting to be diagnosed, those who are newly diagnosed, autistic children, youth, and adults, and families, caregivers, and siblings. Our CEO, our executive director is Mark Spolstra, and she says, no family or person on the spectrum in Ontario should ever feel alone, experience autism as a barrier to inclusion, or be without meaningful resources and opportunities. Thank you.
Oh, just a second. There's bound to be at least one question. Are there any questions from members of council? The member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Through you, Chair, I'd just like to thank you for this presentation today. Having family members in my family who are on the spectrum, I greatly appreciate you bringing this to the forefront in the light of the county, and it's greatly appreciated, all the work that you do. So this is not a question, this is just a thank you to you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Great. And with that, if Greg Belmore could join me, Greg and his band of volunteers put together an awesome program at the Warden's Golf Tournament, and I certainly appreciate what he and the staff have done. In front? Okay, perfect.
This won't fit in the ATM. We have to make that.
Okay, so we'll turn this over to Mr. Davis. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Councillors. I'm pleased to announce and have the gift towards the County of Renfrew, the MESA team, trying to end the homelessness issue we have in Renfrew County. Today, we don't have a delegation, but for the photo op, we have individuals from our community services team for the photo op, Chair and Warden. We have with us our MESA coordinator, Barb Tierney, Margot Smith, the manager of childcare, Jennifer Dombrowski, the manager of housing, and April Muldoon, the manager of community supports. So I'd like to ask the staff to come up for the photo op to do this with justice. Thank you.
I'd like to call on Councillor Weir to introduce our next delegation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I would like to introduce Stephanie Van Week. I apologize to her grandmother for the pronunciation of the last name. She is our chair of the Ottawa Valley Tourism, and Megan James is our vice chair, and they're here to present to you today an overview of the Ottawa Valley Tourism Board, which I am so pleased to be a part of. So if you could come on up here, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, that's for you. Thanks. I'm gonna steal it. Okay. Good morning. How close do I have to be to this mic? I'm tall. There you go. Something like that? That's good. My name is Steffi Van Wyck. I'm the chair of the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association Board of Directors, and this is Megan James, vice chair of the board. Thank you so much for having us here to present today about the importance of tourism in the Ottawa Valley, the important role of the OVTA in helping to grow the industry, and how they collaborate with your municipalities. The OVTA has been the destination marketing organization for Renfrew County, the city of Pembroke, and the Upper Ottawa Valley since 1956. We are a membership-based not-for-profit with a mandate to promote and grow tourism in the Ottawa Valley. We work in collaboration with tourism operators, municipalities, community organizations, and other key stakeholders to enhance existing and create new tourism products and experiences for both residents and tourists. We are governed by a volunteer board of directors and represented by tourism stakeholders from across the region, including our two county councillors, Mayor Rob Weir from the Greater Madawaska Township and Mayor Dave Bennett from Horton Township. We thought we'd start with a little video to showcase us. Cue video. My name is Steffi Van Wyck, and I am the chair of the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association. The Ottawa Valley is a huge expanse
of beautiful natural spaces that outdoor enthusiasts have gotten together to create a huge variety of trails, whether it be mountain bike trails, walking trails, so many hiking trails, so many beautiful vistas. The other amazing ways to enjoy the Ottawa Valley is by water. The Madawaska River, the Ottawa River, the Petawawa River, and you can travel all these waterways by whatever craft that pleases you most. Winter in the Ottawa Valley is beautiful and magical and covered in snow and sparkling light. There's so many activities to do outside in the Ottawa Valley, whether it be snowmobiling, mountain biking, hiking. These activities bring people from so far away into our region, and it is a huge boost to the restaurants, the accommodators, the activity facilitators, local guides, local artisans, off of you, off of the visitors, off of the people that want to also enjoy the vast beauty of the Ottawa Valley.
The proximity of the multi-use trail has attracted a lot of business for us, from ATVs and quad bikes in the summertime, stopping by for lunch or for dinner, or the parking lot filled with snowmobiles. It just shows us as advocates of outdoor living that Canadians are open to doing activities all times of the year.
As demand grows, businesses grow. So businesses want to facilitate the guests that they can. And so whether that's expanding into the off-season, expanding into new programs, new opportunities to facilitate more people in the outdoors or at their locations, as more tourists come and create this destination, people move here, and also the people that live here are going to benefit from having, greater services in their small town.
Whether you're on a road or a motorcycle and you're just looking out the window and you're seeing the scenery and the scenescape, but even more so when you can get on a dirt bike, a snowmobile, a pedal bike, getting out walking and really enjoy those abandoned rail beds, those trails, you can see things that nobody else sees.
The outdoors is probably the Ottawa Valley's greatest asset. And then you've got the culture as well, people coming for festivals, all kinds of different things. But the one thing you can count on the Ottawa Valley, it's baked into the nature, is that everyone's got to work together and we all have a common goal. And instead of working against each other, working together.
I really do believe that when a business adjacent to you is shining, that it also helps your business shine. And so through that collaboration over competition model that the OVTA holds so dear, we all thrive. Doesn't matter where you are in the Ottawa Valley, the OVTA is going to promote this region, our businesses, the area to tourists through their social media, through their website, through their awesome, engaging workshops and AGMs that gather people and co-educate with events. Their team is so supportive that it really does tie us all together as one region. The OVTA really is a joining force of businesses across this huge, varying, diverse region, and we could not do it without the support of our municipalities.
As the tourism industry continues to recover from the effects of the pandemic, we are encouraged by the growth numbers that we are seeing. Visitors to Ontario spend an average of over $900 per visit to the province. With a Canada GDP of $42 billion, tourism in Ontario contributes just over $15 billion. In the Ottawa Valley, there are approximately 500 tourism businesses that employ almost 3,000 people annually, including full-time, youth, and seasonal employees. For example, there are 14 visitor information centers throughout the Ottawa Valley. Most are staffed by students for the summer months. Local attractions hire students as tour guides, greeters, and in the food services. Students from Algonquin College have access to hands-on learning with local tourism operators opening doorways to local jobs as whitewater rafting guides and ski instructors. There are also opportunities for youth to lifeguard and help in facilitating the festivals and events that we host here. The Ottawa Valley Recreational Trail is an excellent example of one of our local tourism assets benefiting from the local community. As a multi-use trail, the draw is year-round. ATVing, snowmobiling, cycling are all profitable for local businesses when visitors from near and far travel along the trail. Events like the Farm to Trail in Petawawa encourages folks to walk a section of this amazing trail while also promoting local food producers, makers, and tourism operators to sell their products. Tourism in the Ottawa Valley provides a boost to local small and medium-sized enterprises who are adept at adding value to their products and experiences in order to attract a diverse clientele. The OVTA strategically promotes the Ottawa Valley through a comprehensive and strategic marketing plan, leveraging targeted campaigns and key partnerships. Notable initiatives include development of a culinary tourism strategy, last fall's Empowering Female ATV Riders video project, and the upcoming 2024 and 2025 municipal photo shoots. Additionally, the OVTA enhances the region's visibility through a robust presence across digital and print media. We cannot do this alone. We work with and are supported by a number of local, regional, provincial, and national organizations, including the County of Renfrew and 17 municipalities, City of Pembroke, and Pikwakanagan First Nation, Renfrew County Community Futures Development Corporation, Ontario Highlands Tourism Organization, Ontario by Bike, and Destination Ontario, and Destination Canada. The Ottawa Valley Tourist Association has experienced significant growth in 2023. Total membership reached 310 by December 31st, 23, marking a 9.5 increase compared to 2022. Since waiving our annual dues in 2020, our membership family has almost doubled. With small and medium-sized businesses being the predominant makeup of the local tourism sector, we recognize even our nominal fees were a hindrance to joining the association. We remain committed to keeping these fees as low as possible for as long as possible. This membership growth, in addition to the other increases that you see on the screen, reflect the growing interest and involvement in the Ottawa Valley's vibrant tourism sector.
Thank you. The OVTA is committed to reconciliation and working alongside our Indigenous community. In collaboration with Ontario's Highlands Tourism Organization, we work with our members and stakeholders to share information and create opportunities towards reconciliation here in Algonquin territory. Over the years, the demand for sustainable tourism offerings and practices has grown. And as a tourism destination who relies predominantly on the outdoors as a primary attractor, we all have a responsibility to ensure we operate, promote, and attract in the most sustainable ways possible. As the tourism advisory body for Development and Property Committee and County Council, the OVTA is on the pulse of the issues affecting the local industry, and we are grateful for the supportive relationship we have with the County of Renfrew whenever we have needed that extra bit of support on important matters impacting local tourism. The OVTA actively participates in regional and provincial stakeholder groups, advocating on behalf of the local industry and the Ottawa Valley on a variety of topics, including workforce attraction and retention, electric vehicle charging, infrastructure, short-term accommodations, and the municipal accommodation tax, just to name a few. The municipal accommodation tax, also referred to as the MAT, is a revenue-generating opportunity that does not fall on the backs of the local tax base or business community. When legislation for the MAT came into effect in late 2017, the OVTA board immediately recognized this as an incredible opportunity for the Ottawa Valley. In 2018, we consulted with our local business community and municipalities on the benefits of implementation. We dug deep into research, case studies, and best practices from other communities across the province who have long been benefactors of the tax. We continue to keep abreast as other municipalities, big and small, implement. Beyond Renfrew County, within Ontario's Highlands region, Haliburton County is currently in the midst of a countywide implementation. The revenues generated from MAT are direct investments into local tourism, whether it be infrastructure, product development, and marketing. This could all help drive economic growth in Renfrew County, allowing our rural communities to compete with the urban markets. It's time that Renfrew County gets its piece of the pie. We applaud the City of Pembroke as being the first community in the Ottawa Valley to implement, effective January 1st, 2025. and name the OVTA as the eligible tourism entity to receive 50% of the funds. We are excited to be working with the city and to see how this increased tourism investment will benefit the community. And while we are excited for the future of tourism in Pembroke, the board maintains its position that a region-wide MAT tax applied in all municipalities is the best path forward, and that will benefit everybody. We remain committed to supporting and working with all interested municipalities on this approach. Related to MAP, but on a separate issue, one of the things we heard during consultation in 2018 was the need for better regulation for short-term rental accommodation in Renfrew County in order to level the playing fields when it comes to accommodators. While we recognize that is a local municipality issue, the OVTA is here to assist with these conversations. Most recently, we have supported the townships of Greater Madawaska, Laurentian Valley, and Whitewater Region in those efforts.
As the destination marketing organization for Renfrew County, we are here to support all municipalities and stakeholders on their tourism growth and development journeys. On behalf of the board and entire tourism industry in the Ottawa Valley, we want to express our deep appreciation for the longstanding and continued support from the County of Renfrew, County Council, and all of your communities who recognize the importance of tourism as a strong economic driver in the region. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much for today, and also for everything that you've done in the past year. Always very impressed since I've been in the chambers with OVTA and the people that come as either the president or vice president or board members. Their enthusiasm and their knowledge is always important. And as you mentioned, that's one of your tasks or expectations, is to provide advice to us. So thank you for that. So I'll start with a quick question. We've always struggled in our community for broadband, and I know in the past we've heard from some of the operators and some businesses that they've struggled. Has that changed? I haven't heard as many comments or requests in the last 2 years as I'd heard in the previous. So in the previous years. So is there any feeling at your board or from your membership that that's still an issue, or have we managed to get it to a fairly level playing field?
Like internet access across
Yes.
our whole region? Yeah. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I'm happy to comment on that. I know it's been an ongoing topic around the board table. We do have a lot of people. We're in remote rural Ontario, so there's a lot of our operators who don't have the best access. But I think over the years, there's been more affordable and attainable solutions, and businesses coming. So I do feel it's gotten better, but I think we've got a long way to go, for sure.
Okay, thank you. And not seeing any other hands just yet. Are we reaching an international audience beyond the U.S.? Have you noticed any trends? And can you help us with average age in the market, stuff like that?
I'm happy to comment. So a lot of our members are actually part of a travel trade partnership, which is put on by Ontario's Highlands Tourism Organization. So this directly attracts overseas markets. So Asia, Europe, and this year being an operator, I have seen, I think maybe 15% of our business has been from overseas. So that's amazing to see. We do get a good chunk from the US, but Ontario's Highlands is working with the Ottawa Valley Tourism Association to really kind of highlight that overseas market. So pre-pandemic, it was amazing. For our area, we had a lot of overseas travelers. So now that we're finally getting back to normal, this summer has really been amazing for that return and that tourism, that sector of business for us. So I think it's just going to continue to grow year over year. And they're not limited to seasonality. I'm finding their bookings are coming throughout the year. So we are such a great destination for a four season. So it's really going to benefit us going forward.
Perfect, thank you. And I see the member from Greater Madawaska, and then I see the member from North Algona Wilberforce.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Being a member of the board, I just want to point out that the board and everybody that's involved with the Ottawa Valley tourism is very diverse, brings many, many years of business thought and process to the board, and it's a very vibrant, very positive board to be a part of. It's you never look at your calendar and go, oh, I've got to go to the Ottawa Valley Tourism Board meeting, because it's always fun. It's always productive and thinking outside of the box. And right from Jason Davis to Melissa to the entire staff that supports us, everything is done professionally, and it's very welcome. And one of the big things I would like to point out is for our councillors here is please make sure that the businesses in your community are aware of us and sign up with us. It doesn't cost them anything if you're a member of Renfrew County. And the amount of information that you get through the Ottawa Valley Tourism to support and help your business is wonderful. So I would just ask everybody to try and keep that on the forefront when you're talking to your businesses, to try and get them to sign up. And thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay, and we'll move to North Dakota Wilberforce and then Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Stephanie and Megan. What a great presentation, and I just want to say that one thing, as my colleague from Greater Madawaska has indicated, and I certainly have recognized as well, the amount of energy, passion, and fun that you bring to the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association does not go unrecognized, and I think that's part of the success that you bring to Renfrew County, and also the exposure that you get Renfrew County to increase some of the visits from our tourists. So again, thank you very much, and I also appreciate the work that your organization is doing with the mat tax, because I know that the short-term accommodations have been a challenge, and Greater Madawaska has certainly done a lot of work in having a program to address some of those challenges, and hopefully that can spread throughout some of our other municipalities. So thank you both very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you both to Ms. Van Wyk and Ms. James, very illuminating on the Tourist Association, and of course staff as well. I know that this is a very professional organization, and of course, who can't love the Ottawa Valley? Picking up on my colleague's comments, and I cannot recall when the MAT tax was last visited, the municipal accommodation tax was last visited here. It was a challenging environment at the time, and in the end, the decision was made not to proceed with the municipal accommodation tax. In my estimation, I believe that was ill-considered, and it struck me, so I just went back to my own folio. We're just returned last week, a week ago today. Everyone vacated Ottawa that was there for the annual conference of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. It's 5% MAT tax. I was 3 nights in a hotel in Ottawa. I contributed $40. If there were 50 people from the County of Renfrew, whether they were County of Renfrew staff, whether they were lower tier staff and or elected, 50 seems like a reasonable number. That's $2,000. There were 3,000. We were reminded often that there were 3,000 people in attendance, and that would be vendors that were there for the trade show, participants, staff, press, etc. I don't know how many of them were there on accommodations, but if it was 2,000 of them, it was $10,000 a night that was contributed towards the municipal accommodation tax in the city of Ottawa. And it struck me in the last iteration of the conversation here in the County of Renfrew, every time we travel, almost every time that any one of us travels outside the County of Renfrew, we are contributing to some other region. And yet it seems anathema to us, at least it did then, of anybody else that's coming to our region that we would expect the same. So I am pleased that is being revisited, and hopefully it would have a more beneficial outcome for our community and for showcasing the incredible Ottawa Valley. So thank you for all of your efforts.
Thank you so much.
And the member from Whitewater, please.
Excellent. Thanks, Chair. Thanks again. I'll echo, great presentation. Really appreciate it. And from Whitewater, we're huge advocates for tourism. We are very fortunate with some of the outdoor playgrounds that we have. My question is, in your presentation, you talk about businesses, 500 businesses, 310 of them signed up. I'm wondering, how much participation do you get from the not-for-profits, the egg societies, like our Cobden Fair, our Beachburg Fair attract over 20,000 visitors. Our, Borca has the bike competitions. We've got a tour to Whitewater. Are these not-for-profits active on your board, or how can we encourage them to be if they're not?
So they're active members in our membership. They can definitely join our board. We, for sure, always love having fresh faces. So you can reach out to the girls at the OVTA, and you can they can let you know how to fill in a nomination to apply to be a director on the board. But I would say just if they're not members, to become members, again, reach out to the OVTA or just pop onto our website and you can find information there and participate in the events. I think a lot of what we do is events that encourage people to collaborate together. So if they're not members, encouraging them to become them and participating in the events and stuff that we've all got going on.
Thank you. And the member from Bossier Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. As a follow-up to my colleague, I have Caveman Chris in my community, so I've got a one-man tourist association for Bossier Valley and North Algonah Wilberforce. We are so lucky to have him. If there is something tourism adjacent, he is my champion. So I would encourage everybody to have a Chris Hinsberger in their community because that kind of champion makes my life easier. And, we just had the Tour de Bonaire. It was outstanding. So, yeah, I encourage everybody to find that one champion in their municipality or share one. Thank you. Great presentation, too.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your time today and the information and being patient enough to take our questions. We certainly appreciate the information, your enthusiasm, and your ambassadorship on our behalf. Take care.
Thank you so much.
And correspondence, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Council. So all the correspondence received has been, of course, forwarded to the appropriate committee. Of note, however, since it's not part of your procedural bylaw just yet, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus newsletter has been included in your agendas that was distributed by the clerk, and you'll note several items on there. I'll leave it to the warden to address any questions or concerns with the newsletter, but it is there for your read and your distribution to your local municipality. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, and you'll also notice the AMO briefing package, the Mind the Gap from the Wardens Caucus, some information with regards to Minister Calandra, the news release on our advocacy for regional priorities, and the joint letter from the Wardens Caucus, the Mayor's Caucus, and the Western Wardens about the social and economic prosperity review. You'll also see again, the three of us joining together for the Solve the Crisis campaign. In this instance, this is the first meeting where the three caucuses had got together and issued a joint statement. It caused some problems because procedurally none of us were ready for it, so we just sort of made it up as we were going along. But we're all in agreement. And I would turn to the member from Bossier Valley for her. Oh, that's later? Okay. I won't turn to it just yet. So with that, are there any questions on any of the documentation? the member from Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. Yeah, I'm sure that was a procedural nightmare. Just two things. I know that one of the members of the EOMC was looking for more collaboration with the EOWC, and it was brought up at EORN, which is not necessarily the correct place for it, but I'm happy to see that it happened. Just out of curiosity, does the Western not have a mayor's caucus?
No, they just only have the Western wardens. Now, some of the mayors of the significant cities sit on the big mayors, or yes, the big cities, sorry, and some of the other mayors sit on with OSAM. Yeah. Okay, so with that, we'll move on. And we'll move forward to the closed meeting. So pursuant to Section 239, Sub 2 of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended for the purpose of C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, paramedic-based treatment centers. D, labor relations or employee negotiations, pay equity, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, victim services agreement, Storyland Pit, River Lane Estates. H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local boards by Canada, a province or territory or crown agency of any of them. Deep River Housing Initiative. So could I have a mover, please? The member from Laurentian Valley, and secondly, the member from Greater Madawaska. And discussion? All of those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much. We are now entering closed.
Thank you, Warden, and good afternoon now. Next two items in your committee package is for information items dealing with two planning matters moving forward, and if need be, Bruce Howarth, our Manager of Planning Services, is here to add some additional comments. So item number 3 in your committee pack or council package, the Tomlinson official plan amendment. You'll recall the last time we were here, we talked about this this possible appeal and the possible discussion, and now we've come to a realization and been advised that the Township of Horton and Tomlinson have a
I would never let Michael go ahead.
Are you ready to go? Okay, thank you. And so, thank you. So just for the public, we did break for lunch at 12:36 and resumed at 1:24. So not to alarm you, we weren't enclosed for that whole period of time until right now. Thank you. So with that, we'll move to operations for their report, please. Chair.
Thank you, Warden. To the Corporation of the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1, the monthly project status report, and attached is information for Council. Item number 2, the capital program variance report is attached for Council. Item number 3 is the American Public Works Association, APWA, PWX Program Review Committee, and the background there that Mr. Perkins, as the, are you still interim or, no, as the president of the association, that he be added to this PWX Program Review Committee from September of this year till August of 2025, and there's a little more background there for Council's perusal. Item number 4, automated speed enforcement. With a focus on public safety, the county is able to partner up with a couple of lower tier municipalities and find some economies of scale to acquire some more automated speed enforcement, and then the recommendation of doing some more research on all of that and all of the costs associated with it. If I can get my laptop to work. Item number 5, PWC 2020-247, contract amendment for additional engineering services for the reconstruction of County Road Structure C201, Brooms Creek Culvert and Dam. And you will see the background that goes with that. And the financial implications. I'll move on to resolutions. Item number 6, Highway 17, Champlain Bridge Rehabilitation, Municipality of West Nipissing, request for support. Resolution number OPCC 240882, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council sent a letter under the Warden's signature to the Minister of Transportation in support of the request from the Corporation of the Municipality of West Nipissing in regards to the replacement of the Champlain Bridge located on Highway 17 west of the town of Sturgeon Falls. Background is there. I think committee was as confused as I'm sure all of you are that why the municipality is responsible for a bridge on a provincial highway. Move on to bylaws. Item number 7, PWO 2020-409. One vibratory dual drum roller. Resolution number OPCC 240886, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council approve contract PWO 2020-409 as submitted by J.R. Brisson Equipment Limited, Shawville, Ontario, for the supply and delivery of one vibratory dual drum roller in the amount of $151,962 plus applicable taxes, and the County Council adopt a bylaw to execute the purchase. And you will see the tender results there, and the financial implications So, and that's it for that. So all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Emo, Lynch, McKenzie, Watt, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. And to council members, any questions, comments, or concerns for item number 1? Item 2? Item 3? Congratulations to Mr. Perkins. Quite a prestigious post to occupy. Don't fail. No, congratulations. No pressure. And no, we're very proud of you, and we know you'll do a great job, and thank you. And with that, we'll move to item number 4. And I see the member from Petawawa and then the member from Killuhagee Richards.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Just a question about, obviously it's for county roads only in various municipalities where that might apply. Should the county decide to place some of these automated speed enforcement items, would they consult the municipality first as to where they were going, what the speed limit would be? And the second part to this question, I know from personal experience, unfortunately, that there's a very low tolerance level when you're in these zones, and sometimes it's 1 kilometer over and you're getting fined. Is there any leeway in terms of setting that limit to 5 over or something else, and then communicating that to the public that this is when you will get fined?
We'll ask the chair,
Sure,
and
so
I also made a contribution to the City of Ottawa on one of these, so I'm
Yeah,
very sensitive
just
to this
recently.
issue.
I don't know which order to go in. So currently, we're only allowed to put automated speed enforcement in community safety zones or school zones. So that's a limitation right now, that there's lots of advocacy to allow us to expand those programs. Secondly, yes, we have the ability of where we set that range, and I know that, well, the warden can attest to it, that I'm very aware that the City of Ottawa sets them at, I think, 8 or 9 kilometers over the limit, something like that. And then there's also probably some detailed financial stuff, and perhaps I'll ask Mr. Burke to explain that.
Mr. Burke.
Good afternoon, County Council. Yes, so just to clarify, this system is slightly different from the system in Ottawa. We are using a joint system that is set up by AMO LAS, and rather than the administrative monetary penalty system that Ottawa is using, we are actually using officers of the court to lay these charges. So they're not police officers, but they are like police officers. And similar to police officers, they have the discretion to lay charges where they should like. We cannot dictate to them what they will and will not enforce, but we are told that you can expect the same range of flexibility that you would on a regular traffic stop, which is somewhere north of 10 kilometers over the posted speed limit. Yeah, so this is a slightly different system than the one running in Ottawa. And again, so the resolution is that we begin the process on our county roads, and then we were also asking, going to communicate to the lower tiers that if they have community safety zones or school zones on local roads that they would like us to consider implementing this system, we would be willing to do that as well. And then there's some detailed financial information which suggests that if we can get probably more than 100 tickets a month out of an area, this would be a moneymaker for the County of Renfrew. And we can use that money then to support our POA court in its ongoing safety efforts to make the county roads safer for all.
Thank you. And KHR, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions. The radar goes sign to sign.
Oh, sorry, through you, Chair. Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, it goes in the zone, so we can pick and choose where we want. We can put it right after the sign, in the middle of the sign, just as long as it's inside that zone.
Thank you. How many are there? And is there a lottery to get one?
Mr. Perkins.
We have 7 community safety zones in the County of Renfrew right now. that are on county roads. So some of them are definitely viable alternatives. As you heard from Mr. Burke said, there has to be a certain traffic volume to make them viable. But yeah, we'll make it work in a lot of areas for sure. And then as Mr. Burke reached out, then there's the opportunity for municipalities to jump on board with us, and we'll administer and install a system for you.
Thank you. Member from North Agona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Perkins. Just, I'm curious when it comes to a community safety zone, if a municipality is looking for one, I've had lots of requests for the village of Golden Lake. Is there criteria that has to be met, or is it just a request from the municipality to the county to create the community safety zone?
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you again, Warden, and through you. Yes, a community safety zone has to be a school zone, playground area, or an educational area. For example, Shaw Woods is a community safety zone by virtue of the children and stuff that come and go and visit there. So it has to be of a significant community value.
Supplementary?
And so our Golden Lake Community Center does have a playground, does have a community recreation area, community garden, so.
Yeah, we can certainly look at the criteria because as you may have noticed from the automatic speed enforcement, we do use the Ontario Ministry's rules and regulations for where they can be installed. So we can get you the complete information.
Okay, thank you. And Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you. Through you, Warden, in relation to the previous question, you've said community safety zones, but you've also said school zones. Is there a distinction between a school zone and a community safety zone, or does a school zone need to be registered as a community safety zone? And the second part of that is we have an area on Highway 508, Eagles Nest, where we have public parking on one side of the road and then the actual nature on the opposite side on the highway. Would that fit into a community safety zone with the amount of tourists we have in that area?
A school zone's a school zone, and a school zone can be a community safety zone, but you have to designate it as that. And as far as, generally speaking, zones are concentrated around the presence of children. So I don't know if I don't actually know if that parking lot would fit, but, so.
Thank you.
Mr. Perkins, are you?
Oh, I'm just going to follow up, sorry, Warden, and through you. Yeah, I'm just going to follow up and make sure I get the exact criteria, and I'll give it to Olive County Council.
Great, thank you. And the member from Petawawa, and I should clarify that I was able to contribute in a non-community safety and school zone. It was just a general street in Ottawa, so. And the limit was, I was picked off at 8 kilometers over the limit in a 60, so.
We don't feel sorry for you. Thank you, Warden, and through you. Just to follow up on all this line of questioning in terms of a municipality creating a community safety zone and then asking the county to install one of these items, would there be any cost for the municipality initially and ongoing?
Mr. Perkins or Chair?
On the revenue
Mr. Burke.
So, yeah, I'm going to let him do that.
Yeah.
Our proposal is no, that if the municipality would like us to install these on an applicable zone, that then we would handle the installation, the costs, and keep the revenue associated with that camera ticketing here at our POA department.
Okay, and Whitewater, please.
Yeah, it's been an interesting discussion, and I really appreciate this coming up through operations. And I know I've been Googling, probably amongst everybody else here, what is a community safety zone and how many can I have in my community? Because speeding and stop signs and all of these other issues are key in our communities. And I appreciate this is one tool. hopefully we, through further examination, we may be able to loosely define to meet the criteria, but I appreciate the effort. I understand that it could be a make money project. It could be a break even. Is there a chance that we could lose money? Yes, okay. The only thing frustrating I find with this is that we already pay, in our township alone, it's $1 million a year that we pay OPP to do this. And now we're going to say, hey, you guys can't do it. We're going to we're going to use our money to potentially do it as well. Doesn't mean I'm not supporting what's been proposed. It's just the losing money part of it may frustrate me.
And Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Warden, and thank you, member from Whitewater. Yeah, exactly. If these function as they're supposed to, we will hopefully see a decrease in speed and much safer roads to travel on. So potentially we could lose money, but because we're partnering with LAS on a lease agreement, we can return them. So if we start losing significantly or if we don't see an improvement, then really there's no point, right? But yes, they can be returned because they're not ours, they're a lease unit.
Councillor Valley, please, and then Chair.
Thank you, Warden. And it just occurred to me, with no school buses in the foreseeable future, anybody with a village center with a school in it, we should be designating the entire area community safety zone, because we're going to have all these little ones walking our sidewalks and our boulevards. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Just for maybe people's comfort, a little bit different situation, but the provincial highway in Alberta runs through a little village that you may have heard of recently called Edson, which is near Jasper, town of about 8,000 people. They're about $350,000 a year in revenue. Now, it's a major highway that goes right through the middle of town, so there's other issues, but and it's part of their budgeting process. Like, they have to have this money now, so.
Thank you. Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and I am much less inclined to view if it was revenue neutral, I would be certainly satisfied. My concern is that, one of the, I think perhaps at F&A committee, someone had mentioned, the scofflaws, those who are ignoring the speed zones. To me, it's more endemic than that. I think that a lot of our population has become oblivious to the speed. I don't think there's a certain percentage of our population that has said, I am just going to disregard the speed. I think that the speeds are increasing, and I think the speeds are increasing by dint of a lack of enforcement. Now, I recognize that these are the community safety zones and/or school zones. And it is certainly a start. In my estimation, those would be the most dangerous spots for these. And I will allow Mr. Warden that I was uncertain whether this was going to come up in the F&A based on the POA report. This seemed like a timely opportunity, and I know that I did have some numbers at the F&A. Unfortunately, I just ran out of time. I was not able to chart. But mostly why I use that data, I'm very sympathetic to Councillor Nicholson's comments on what we are ostensibly receiving. And I recognize that that's not the County of Renfrew. The County of Renfrew does not do policing. But each one of us lower tier do policing. Of course, Councillor Doncaster has the only separate police agency for Deep River, but the rest of us are with respect to OPP. So we've been seeing a dramatic decline in fines that are associated with POA. At F&A, I actually asked directly of Ms. Wilton, if she could identify, there are multiple agencies, there are a lot of different offenses that are going through the Provincial Offences Act courts. But in response to my question where we are seeing the biggest decline, without hesitancy, Ms. Wilton advised that it is Highway Traffic Act. So, and there's a reason for that. I hadn't even gone back this far at the F&A meeting, but our mid-year revenue from Provincial Offences Act fines in 2015, this meeting 9 years ago, was just under $803,000. And this year it's $437,000. That's a drop of 45, almost 46%. Now, unto itself, those are numbers, and I still leave open the possibility that we have a more law-abiding citizenry, though certainly it has almost risen to the level of scourge speeding. I think probably, at least on a quarterly basis in this room, we're advised of concerns in one community or another. So I made reference to this at the FNA meeting, but I couldn't find it at that point. The Auditor General in 2021, based on 2020 numbers, did a value for service audit, specifically of the OPP. There was a follow-up, and this was based on the 2020 year. The Auditor General, Bonnie Lysyk, did a follow-up in 2023's report, and I'll read you from this. In our 2021 audit, we found that the OPP did have a model it used when it first contracted with a municipality to calculate how many officers would be required to serve the area. However, the OPP did not revisit the model after the contract was agreed to in order to compare actual staffing levels against those indicated in the contract or to guide deployment decisions. At the time of our audit, a new draft service delivery model had been developed. Skipping ahead, at the time of our 2021 audit, the OPP was making adjustments to the model and it had not yet been approved. The model calculated that the OPP required 3,873 constables across the frontline regions and the Highway Safety Division in 2020. The actual number of constables for 2020 was 2,905, a shortfall of 968 constables, or 25% shortage. So while the dots are not inherently in a row, it is not difficult to connect them. And once again, in sympathy with Councillor Nicholson's comments, the baseline, the proactive policing that we are paying in our base costs as separate, that is each of the lower tiers, as separate from calls for service, has seen a dramatic diminishment. And in fact, the OPP is not anticipating bringing their deployment model into full compliance until 2029. That's 5 years from now. So it does not seem to me that it is difficult to make that connection, that we are now entertaining discussions of how we can have automated speed enforcement, because the speed enforcement that we're already paying for in each one of our communities, we are not receiving. And this is the data that backs that up. In fact, there were several communities that had much worse experience in what they were receiving on their base model from what they were supposed to be having on their base contracts. Anyway, once again, I think that it is clear that there is a connection, and there is, from the Bonnie Lysyk's report, we cannot expect substantial change until 2029.
Okay, thank you. Killu Haggerty Richards, and then I think we might move on.
Thank you, Chair. Will we get a report, a monthly report by municipality that's in use of that to see what the status is and how many there are, et cetera?
Mr. Perkins or Mr. Burke?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, we can for sure do that. POA can produce a number of statistics now, if you're interested, and they have that data, and we can for sure add to it when the automated speed enforcement starts. We'll for sure be tracking how it's doing.
Supplementary?
Just to follow up, we also have done a lot of reading lately in regards to the OPP and their level of service. We do understand there is a major shortage of officers, and they are busily trying to accommodate that. And the reason we brought this up at our council was because last year in the budget process, we received an extra $13,000 charge, which was for overtime from 2022. And now we've just received a letter outlining the increases in wage for the next 4 or 5 years. And the question that I had at that time was, do we pay for the retroactive wages? Should we or should we not? And of course, everything was downloaded to the municipalities. So that's why we brought up this concern that they just don't have enough officers to do the speed control. And there's a couple of devices that they have, and one is a single speed control, and so one officer can do that. But if they have the device that shows 2 vehicles, they need 2 officers. So there is a major shortage of officers to look after the speed control, and that's why there's such a big concern with everybody, because they just don't have the people to do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, either Chair or Mr. Perkins, these devices are only going to be set up in community safety zones and not on a boulevard coming to you?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just didn't want any panic. So item number 5, oh, I'm sorry,
Thank you, Warden. Just
next to last and last.
Thank you. The report was you have to have 100 movements to break even, and the more communities that bring these into effect will be over the 100, so we'll make money, correct?
I think we figured that we would see about 100 tickets. That's not necessarily the break-even point. I think we'd make money at that level.
Mr. Perkins is going to talk about math.
No, I'm not going to talk about math. I'd like to reiterate that this is a tool to control the speeding and safety in your towns and communities, which is what we've all been discussing for years since I've been here. So this is not a money-making scheme. This is to control and correct behavior of drivers that are out there on your roads doing bad things.
All right, thank you.
Now Mr. Burke.
And Mr. Burke, are you going to give a community safety advisory as well?
Through you, Warden, no, I think Mr. Perkins did an excellent job.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 5. Item number 6. And member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and I think that perhaps the chair anticipated this. I do recognize the background. I am absolutely confounded, particularly since there was an agreement ostensibly entered into only in 2021, only 3 years ago. And sorry, I should have prefaced. I mean, absolutely at $30 million, this is disturbing for any municipality. But I am completely gobsmacked at this is on the Trans-Canada Highway, that how this would ever come to be a part of the municipalities. And in fact, if I'm reading the resolution right, it seems like they entered into an agreement willingly only 3 years ago. Do we have any more background on how this came to pass?
So no, not particularly anything more than what we have there. It was just, it would have been part of the who does what downloads at the time, the county roads, or part of that process. Yeah, how, I don't know. I'm certainly happy that we don't have any of them.
Thank you. Okay, seeing nothing further, item number 7. The report as a whole. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
So you've heard the report and the discussion. Any more questions? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And again, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so very quickly, I think you're going to be leaving early. So could you tell us about your exciting life in the next couple of days?
Thank you, Warden, and I apologize, but I do need to get running, and I just want to give this brief update to all of County Council, and I don't say any of this in any way to upset anybody, but as soon as I leave this meeting, I do have to run home, but I will be traveling to Paris, France, to support Deep River's very own, Renfrew County's very own para-archer, Kyle Tremblay. Born and raised in Deep River, Kyle's 33 years old and is currently ranked the #1 para archer in Canada in the open category and 13th overall in the world. He holds a Canadian record for the 50-meter target in the qualification rounds with a score of 72 arrows, a bullseye's 10, so a score of 703 out of 720. In April of 2024, competing in the Para Pan Am Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Kyle won the bronze medal. And on his last arrow of 72, realized #1, the gold medal in combined team events, so the two guys shooting together. The last arrow that was being shot, he won Canada the gold medal. Since April, he's placed 3rd, 9th, and 17th in other competitions. And as I mentioned before, he's #1 in Canada, 13th in the world, and 15th overall in Canada, including able-bodied archers. So quite an accomplishment for Kyle. And as I said, the score of 703 in that competition was the Canadian record. And I get this isn't proper procedure. I'm in no way proposing that this is advancing the business of the County of Renfrew, and this is not binding. However, I would like to request the support of Councillor Giardini in seconding a motion that moved by myself, perhaps seconded by Councillor Giardini, that County Council request staff to draft a letter of congratulations and support to Kyle Tremblay, Para-Olympian, on behalf of all the members of County Council.
So first of all, could I ask for a motion to suspend the rules, just to be formal? So Bossier Valley and Adamson Bromley, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And then your motion, we just heard it. Is there any discussion on that?
Do I need to? I'd gladly second that for sure.
Perfect.
Thank you, Glenn.
Good. Thank you. And I won't go through the process of a recorded vote, but I would suggest by a show of hands that it's unanimous. So all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. Enjoy your trip. Give our love to Paris. You may want to exit this way and talk to Chief Nolan.
Thank you very much for that. And just for, I don't know whether it's Craig or Gwen, but I have some information there. But it could be sent to me by email. And then when I see him, I think I will see him tomorrow. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. And again, tinkering with the agenda just a slight bit, we'll call on health and then go to striking committee. My apologies, there's just some people have some conflicts. Yeah, I know it's a terrible day.
I have to catch a flight to Rome.
Ah, the Pope, I heard he called you yesterday. So with that, Chair, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number one, information items, beginning with number 1, Mesa Gathering Summary Report. Of course, I'm quite certain that all of Council recalls the May 22nd gathering at Miramichi Lodge. The Warden actually made reference to it, I think, in his Warden's address earlier this morning. It was an outstanding initiative. The report is attached on page 132, I believe, of today's report as well. Noting as well, and perhaps stealing some thunder from Councillor Giardini, there's also a Mesa update within the Community Services report as well. Item number 2 is with respect to the Emergency Management Program. Very pleased that we were successful in receiving a grant for the purchase of a sandbagging machine. Very pleased, and the chief is not present, but I do know that there was a call not that long ago, perhaps Warden you might recall or might know more specifically, where we actually did deploy this to, in an emergency situation, to a community in Ontario. I'm not sure if it has actually been baptized with sand having gone through it, but was certainly made available to that community. Item number 3 is with respect to Ontario Health at Home and the new change, the change in the name. I don't know how often it's changed names. I'm old enough to remember when it was the Community Care Access Centre. Prior to that, I think it was part of public health, so it is evolving. It continues, though, to be certainly one of the challenging areas in the health system in Ontario is the provision of adequate home care. Item number 4, the ministry is adopting a new RAI, that is a Resident Acuity Index, long-term care home assessment instrument. Council will, I'm sure, recall on more than one occasion when Mr. Blackmore had suggested the former RAI, MDS, minimum data set, was taking an inordinate amount of staff resources and did not appear to actually be valued substantially. As we've discussed often, when there are the acuity indexes, the CMI changes to budgets, usually they were at variance with what the resident acuity index scores were providing. So certainly I'm going to hold out hope that these are more fully utilized than the previous regime. Number 5 is the service accountability agreements, local obligations for health equity plan. This is with respect to each of the homes, the manor and the lodge, for both, not both, but all of equity, inclusion, diversity, and anti-racism, and having those plans available, and they were submitted to Ontario Health. Item 6 is the Butterfly Approach project, Miramichi Lodge. We were inordinately pleased, and thank you through you, Mr. Warden, to Mr. Blackmore and the entirety of the staff at Miramichi Lodge that welcomed us so graciously to have the Health Committee and the Community Services Committees there earlier this month. Along with hosting those meetings in the community hall, we also were afforded guided tours through the Butterfly model. I was very fortunate back in 2018, I believe, to tour Malton Village. It is an incredible experience. And by your leave, Mr. Warden, before we actually engage in resolutions, we just simply ran out of time at our Health Committee meeting earlier this month, and Mr. Blackmore does have a video, an outstanding video for those who were unable to be with us that day to take a tour of really demonstrating what the emotional needs-based model and the Butterfly model, what they mean, and how it is put in place, so to speak, where the rubber meets the road. So with that, Mr. Warden, I would defer to Mr. Blackmore.
Perfect. Mr. Blackmore, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Warden. I think Tina's got the video queued up to go, but before we press play, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the staff at Miramichi Lodge, particularly the management team of Nancy Lemaire, Sarah Dagenais, and Valerie Pinsavero for their leadership in conducting the training that went along with this. And very pleased to announce that our intention to move forward with the Butterfly model for Bonnechere Manor as well. Just with recent staffing challenges that have happened over the last year post-COVID, we find ourselves in a better place with regard to staffing at the manor, where we're able to commence training once again. So we're looking forward to a certification within the year for the manor as well. And with that, Tina, maybe if you could play the video. It is my pleasure to take this opportunity to both inform and celebrate our recent accreditation as a Butterfly home. The Butterfly model of care was pioneered over 20 years ago in the United Kingdom by Dementia Care Matters, and now has taken flight within our walls with the dedicated support of family, staff, volunteers, and our elected. This treasured accomplishment for our Butterfly homestead represents the pinnacle of our ongoing pursuit of care delivery that is truly person-centered. Being person-centered means elevating care beyond physical comfort, nourishment, and safety. It means connecting with the person on an emotional level. It is a powerful way to reach each person who may be struggling with cognitive decline or memory deficit. It's all about fostering connections, celebrating individuality, and meeting each resident where they are at, in terms of whatever their perceived reality happens to be. It means striving to make the environment truly feel like home, a place where family, friends, staff, and volunteers can also feel at home.
Our Butterfly Homestead is about a place where there's a lot of life going on. It's a place where people with advanced dementia are living with the workers who come in and visit. I don't only see it, but I feel it when you come onto this unit. It's a different environment. It's relaxed.
The butterfly approach coming to this home has been a huge benefit for the residents and the families, because I get a little emotional because they can see the outcomes of our positive interventions and the one-on-one time that we're now able to spend with them.
We started out with white beige walls in a very clinical setting, and we've transformed it to a colorful, vibrant, home-like area for our residents living at Miramichi Lodge. We started off by painting a lot of the rooms bright colors and planning themes from living rooms to retro kitchens, baby nurseries, retro diners, and just went from there to transform it into a home-like environment.
The lyrics that are on the walls are there to trigger memories for the residents on songs they listened to in the past. We always have music playing, and the residents oftentimes themselves will get up and start dancing on their own, and they'll grab us and we'll dance with them. And they smile and laugh, and we enjoy it as well, just as much as what they do. It makes our job fun.
All staff who work on the Butterfly Homestead here at Miramichi Lodge are selected based off of an emotional intelligence survey that assesses both their ability and desire to be a butterfly worker. From there, staff receive training. The training shifts away from the typical tick box training and focuses on the development of people's emotional intelligence. Staff are trained on delivering emotion-focused care that connects with people in a dignified and human way. Our butterflies strive to encourage a sense of freedom in the everyday lives of the people living on the Butterfly Homestead and remove any controlling or restrictive care.
The family-style dining has been the biggest improvement I can see with the residents. They sit longer in the dining room, they eat better, families sit with them, they chat amongst each other, which is something that didn't happen much before.
It's been wonderful to see how the philosophy of the butterfly model has really spilled into all aspects of care, including medication management, and we've really seen a decline in some medications and weaning medications as needed.
I would like to see the butterfly go through the whole building, because I've seen the changes down here, just how happier the residents are, how much they enjoy life, because it's more like their home. And that's our goal, is for it to be like you are at home.
We have the intention of making it full of clutter and full of things, because that's very purposeful for residents living with dementia. As their brain changes, so does their depth perception and the space around them. So to you and I, what we see right in front of us is very different from what they see. Colors that are very vibrant to us are not as bright to them. They need things to do and things to see and bright colors to stimulate their minds and keep them engaged. The residents are so engaged with the items that we have around the home area and all of the bright colors and scenes. They feel very at home. You'll often see a resident in the living room with their feet up, having a snooze and just feeling so comfortable. You'll see residents participating in the baby nursery area, folding baby clothes and rummaging through the kitchen items. Residents participate in home-like activities that they would have at home because it's stimulating them and those memories.
Hugs are important because the residents see us as their family or as their friends. So hugs are just as much important to us as it is to them, because I love my residents like they are my grandma or my mom.
Leaving at the end of your shift and knowing that you made a difference in someone's day. You told a funny story to a resident, made them laugh. You danced to a golden oldie with a resident and made their day, or you sat and had a cup of tea and a slice of cake with someone who hasn't eaten in days, but because you were there in the moment with them, it made a complete difference. And that's what meaningful care is.
My mom's been a resident at Miramichi for the past 2 years, and so I've seen the unit grow through the butterfly approach as they've instituted it over the last, especially year-and-a-half process. The general decor in the unit has changed to make it a much more homey feel. Some people think it's cluttered, but it's a reflection of where a lot of these people came from. For instance, come in here and look at bottles that some of them used to take to the store, etc., things like that.
As a nurse for 17 years, I found it hard to get out of my scrubs and to come into work in my street clothes and to feel somewhat, normal with them. As crazy as that sounds, I felt like as a nurse that I felt that they needed to recognize me as someone approaching them with their medications. I felt it was important for me to approach them in attire that they would recognize. But then I quickly discovered it's not that way. It's your approach. It's not what you're wearing, it's your approach. They are so much more engaged and so much more comfortable with our approach now, as opposed to, the task-oriented focus of what things used to be.
We're less clinical. So instead of being, I'm a nurse or a PSW and you're like the patient, it's more like I'm your family member or I'm someone, you care about more than just a worker. So the residents would be more comfortable with us.
They are happier, they're healthier, they're thriving, they feel at home.
I'm just so happy for the residents and the staff that work here, because they've truly been successful in this venture.
Thank you for that, and I think it demonstrates you really have to care to be able to care properly and supportively for our residents of the long-term care communities. We have two communities. They're not residences. We should refer to them and remember them as communities. And so thank you, Mr. Belmore, and please express our appreciation for this to your staff. And if any of them feel awkward about expressing their feelings, and on screen or at any time, tell them not to be. It's perfect. And we really appreciate their investment. Thank you. Chair, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. One thing that I would very much like to add to that in the tour of Malton Village, one of the ancillary benefits that I'm not sure it was anticipated at the time, but this has become a much more desired workplace as well. This sense of community now, and you heard it, unfortunately I didn't catch the name, but of the misgivings about stepping out of the very heavily prescribed clinical setting, and then counterintuitively the epiphany of realizing how much more valuable this is and the connections. And it's ultimately all about connections. And I think that from a staff perspective, we would anticipate perhaps a much more higher morale amongst the staffing as well. So very pleased to add that as well. Moving on then, Mr. Warden, to resolutions. Item 7 is Homelessness and Opioids Crisis Call to Action, Resolution Number H-CC-24-08-100. Moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council support Ontario's big city mayors in their campaign to draw attention to the opioid crisis and homelessness encampments by requesting that the province appoint a responsible ministry and minister with the appropriate funding and powers as a single point of contact to address the full spectrum of housing needs as well as mental health, addictions, and wraparound supports. Have this minister strike a task force with broad sector representatives, including municipalities, healthcare, first responders, community services, the business community, and the tourism industry to develop a Made in Ontario action plan. Provide municipalities with the tools and resources to transition those in encampments to more appropriate supports when deemed necessary. Commit to funding the appropriate services these individuals need, community by community, where there are gaps in the system. And finally, invest in 24/7 community hubs/crisis centers to relieve pressures on emergency centers and first responders. And Mr. Warden, the background is attached. Item 8, AMO-OMA Joint Resolution Campaign on Physician Shortage. Resolution number H-CC-24-08-102, moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council endorse the recommendation received from the Ontario Medical Association and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario as follows. Whereas the state of healthcare in Ontario is in crisis, with 2.3 million Ontarians lacking access to a family doctor, emergency room closures across the province, patients being derostered, and 40% of family doctors considering retirement over the next 5 years. And whereas it is becoming increasingly challenging to attract and retain an adequate healthcare workforce throughout the health sector across Ontario, and whereas Ontario municipal governments play an integral role in the healthcare system through responsibilities in public health, long-term care, paramedicine, and other investments, and whereas the percentage of family physicians practicing comprehensive family medicine has declined from 77% in 2008 to 65% in 2022, and whereas per capita healthcare spending in Ontario is the lowest of all provinces in Canada, and whereas a robust workforce developed through a provincial sector-wide health human resources strategy would significantly improve access to health care across the province. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of County of Renfrew urge the province of Ontario to recognize the physician shortage in the County of Renfrew and Ontario, to fund health care appropriately, and ensure every Ontarian has access to physician care. Once again, Mr. Chair, the background is attached. Item 9 is the reallocation of capital budgets, first with Bonnechere, specifically to Bonnechere Manor. Resolution number H-CC-24-08-104, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the surplus capital funds from the boiler replacement project and the solar inverter project to be allocated to support the replacement of concrete patio areas in the greenhouse courtyard and the senior adult day program courtyards, and repairs to the front entrance interlocking brick patio and walkway at a cost of $81,773.58, inclusive of applicable taxes. And once again, the background is attached. Item 10, long-term care capital budget items. Resolution number H-CC-24-08-105. Moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council approve the list of unbudgeted capital purchases funded through the 2023-24 one-time increase to long-term care home funding agreement in the amount of $2,543 per bed, amounting to $457,750 allocated to Bonnechere Manor and $422,138 to Miramichi Lodge, and the surplus from the previous year. And once again, Mr. Warden, the background is attached. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members Emo, Grills, Yon, Murphy, Nicholson, Weir, and Wilmer.
Thank you, Chair. And with that, County Council, comments, questions, concerns about item number 1, item number 2, item 3. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I see? No. Item 3. Somebody twitched. Item 4. Item number 5. Item number 6. Oh, I'm sorry, Boncher Valley.
I didn't twitch that time. I just wanted to say through you, Warden, to Mr. Blackmore, you have no idea after all this time how heartwarming it is to see how well this model works. I mean, we were in Malton in 2019, I believe. 17, 18, or 19. And we knew from the residents and from the staff there how well it worked, especially for sensory, like everybody saw them making bread in the bread maker. So some of the things that you take from your home is, you know, the furnace coming on in the middle of the night, or the smell of your house, or the smell of cooking that you do in your home. And those sensory things are, and music, almost as important as anything else. And so it's so heartwarming to see. And I totally agree with your recreation person. It should be both homes, every floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? With that, we'll move to item number 7. Item number 8, and member from Mr. Bromley and Chair.
Thank you very much, Warden, and you know, I'm certainly not leaning too heavily into this, and don't wish to be pedantic, but I think it is practical. I understand that this is in collaboration with the Ontario Medical Association, which is in the resolving clause, actually, the very last, second last word. I am quite happy, actually, to ensure every Ontario has access to primary care. I understand that this is oriented to this collaboration with the Ontario Medical Association, though I'm not sure I am entirely certain that it has to be through a physician. That is going to be a very steep hill to climb, even with, I believe, there are 25 new spaces have been created across the province for training in family medicine. It is going to be a very, very long time and a very steep hill to climb if we are going to be dependent on family physicians to work our way out of this. However, I do recognize that this is in collaboration with the OMA, but I think it is worth citing that, in fact, from our perspective, the municipal perspective, it is the access to primary care.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move to item number 9. Item number 10, the report as a whole. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
You've heard the report and you've heard the discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. And we'll move to striking committee, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Very excited with the striking report today. I don't think the striking committee has ever had anything other than a number 1 item. And we have certainly set a record today, a day for firsts. With that, to the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your striking committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Right into resolutions. Item number 1 is striking committee update. Resolution number SC-CC-24-08-08. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that staff be directed to develop a terms of reference for the striking committee and provide a report at an upcoming striking committee. The background is attached. It was brought forward by staff, and it is a pretty substantial gap that the striking committee does not have a terms of reference. All of council will note in the back pages of your procedural bylaw are the terms of reference for all of the standing committees, and while striking isn't precisely a standing committee, it is recognized as such, and it has been a gap that it has not heretofore had a terms of reference, so it is an appropriate undertaking. Item number 2 is committee structure review, resolution number SC-CC-24-08-09. Moved once again by myself and seconded by committee that staff be directed to review the committee and meeting structure for the County of Renfrew and provide a report to the Finance and Administration Committee at a future committee meeting. Once again, the background is attached, and certainly to expand somewhat upon that, the warden, having been, I guess now is the longest serving member of County Council, the current standing committee structure is relatively unchanged since his arrival, I believe, in 2006. So in 18, is that correct? 18 years, it has not been to change, which is not to prejudice that it will necessarily change, but of course the striking committee was of the mind that a review is absolutely necessary and long overdue. Moving on then, Mr. Warden, to bylaws. Finance and Administration Committee member, resolution number SC-CC-24-08-10. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that the striking committee recommend that County Council approve Councillor Valerie Yon be appointed to the Finance and Administration Committee and be appointed as Vice Chair. And further, that bylaw number 74-24 be repealed and a revised bylaw to appoint the county committees for the ensuing year or until their successors are appointed be adopted at the next meeting of County Council. And once again, the background is attached. And if you thought we were done with 74-24, stay tuned. Moving on to item 4, Trails Advisory Committee, resolution number SC-CC-24-08-11. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that the striking committee recommend that County Council approve Councillor Glenn Doncaster be appointed to the Trails Advisory Committee, and that bylaw number 74-24 be repealed and a revised bylaw to appoint the county committees for the ensuing year or until their successors are appointed be adopted at the next meeting of County Council. Once again, the background is attached. And finally, once again, another nail in the coffin of 74-24, Ottawa Valley Tourist Association Board of Directors, resolution number SC-CC-24-08-12, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that the striking committee recommend that County Council approve Councillor James Brose be appointed to the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association Board of Directors, and that bylaw number 74-24 be repealed and a revised bylaw to appoint the county committees for the ensuing year or until their successors are appointed be adopted at the next meeting of County Council. And once again, Council, the background is attached, all of which, Mr. Chair, is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and committee members Emo, Grills, Brose, McKenzie, and Yon.
Thank you very much. Members of Council, comments, questions, concerns about item number 1, item 2, item number 3, item number 4. I would like to thank Councillor Brose for his service as chair of the Trails Committee. Thank you very much for your time and effort. There's always a lot of reading and a lot of map reading and trying to string together new ideas. So we certainly appreciate your leadership and your application of effort. Thank you. Is there anything else about the report? Okay, Whitewater and then Bonshire Valley.
Thanks, Chair. Just if I can get added to the committee members list at the bottom of the report. That's just a
certainly
minor edit. Thank you.
Jeez. There's no N in my alphabet, but anyway. So with that, Bonshire Valley, please. My apologies.
I think I was just swatting my hair out of my face, Warden. Sorry.
Thank you. Nothing further. Motion, please.
So moved, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move back to the agenda and go to Finance and Admin.
I was all excited that I was first today. I thought I'd be around 11 o'clock. Welcome to County Council, Dana. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Finance and Administration Committee, report and recommend as follows. Under number 1 is Council remuneration up to June 30th. Number 2 is our Treasurer's Report up to June 30th. Number 3 is the County of Renfrew Municipal Day, which I'm kind of excited about. Number 4 is our communications report. Thank you to Tina for all of her hard work. And there's a lot of background there on the uptake in our socials and all the communication that's gone out. Number 5 is our investment strategy. We are also looking into the LAS, as you can see, one investment. Number 6 is the non-union salary grid annual adjustment. And there is background there for your reading enjoyment. I can't make this thing, there we go. Number 7 is the list of the delegation of authority approvals that have been used since we gave that authority under bylaws. Our corporate policies and procedures, resolution number FACC 24-08-89, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The county council approved the following amended corporate policies. A, policy A07, criminal record check for prospective employees, and B, policy E05, bereavement leave, and then a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish human resources corporate policies and procedures for the county of Renfrew, be adopted, and there is background there. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Emo, Giardini, and Mayville. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. To council, any comments, questions, or concerns about item number 1? Item 2, a member from Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note, I cannot speak to the history of the County of Renfrew, certainly the history of the County of Renfrew since I've been here. There has never been a time when Public Works has been a revenue positive or a money-making department, so kudos. Once Mr. Perkins ascended to the presidency of the association, in Kansas, he is turning over a profit now in Public Works. Having said to that, very much tongue-in-cheek, there is a substantial impact, and I wonder if Mr. Burke could speak to that. I asked him to do so as well at Finance and Administration. There's a temporary loan. You'll note on, I think it's page 95 of this report, in Public Works, that is skewing substantially both the Public Works report and ultimately even the bottom line on the overall municipal surplus. So I wonder, through you, Mr. Warden, if Mr. Burke could speak to that.
Mr. Burke, please.
Yes, thank you, Warden. Through you, as Councillor Donahue has mentioned, the loan proceeds, which under the municipal budgeting guidance that we follow would be recognized as revenue. There's a substantial timing issue where these proceeds are coming in the current year, where most of the work was done in the prior year. So there's about a $6 million timing difference there. However, that said, we are starting to see in Public Works the benefits of a slightly better winter than we had planned for. So there are some positive variances that aren't related to timing, as well as on the whole financial statements as a whole, some positive variance that's not related to that timing issue. So we are seeing better than budgeted for a year so far at the 6-month point.
Thank you. And Member Mr. Bromley again.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Warden, and thank you through you to Mr. Burke. Very illuminating. Speaking to the winter control, I believe that 43%, if I'm not mistaken, of the winter control budget has been utilized. And I'm certainly open to be corrected by Mr. Perkins, but I think generally the rule of thumb is 60% of the winter control is anticipated to be spent in Q1 or the front load winter, and 40% in the back load winter. So while we are not complete yet of 2024, we are in pretty good shape with respect to winter control. The other things that I would suggest are worth highlighting as well is notwithstanding the impact of the temporary loan, so as to not disappoint to those of council that are looking at a $9 million surplus. It's ephemeral, that municipal surplus. However, having said that, when one does account for the shortfall in the POA revenue, we had not at June 30th yet received the first installment of the CCBF, which is almost $1.5 million. We're also a little short on the general revenue interest of just over $250,000. However, just the same, allowing for all of those or recognizing all of those, generally speaking, there is still in excess of a $3 million municipal surplus as of June 30th. That is, of course, only half of the year spent, that we still have much to do. But it is certainly much more pleasing when that number is a positive rather than parenthetical.
Thank you very much. It seems we're premature then in paying for Councillor Doncaster to go to Paris, but we'll, as a prize for turning out profit.
I'm aware that he is a busker, so perhaps down at the Eiffel Tower or something.
We can get
do
it back.
His juggling act or something.
We can get it back. Yeah. So with that, we'll move to item number 3. Item 4, and again, okay, Councillor from Whitewater.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Warden. You're right, mid-thought. A very interesting communications report, and communications is so important, especially given how big we are. I'm wondering if staff can provide any other input for other forms of communications, like paper, like use of the papers or the radios. Have we had any successes or engagement through those other means as well?
Ms. Poplinski, do you want to find a microphone?
Hello, County Council. Thank you for the question, Mayor Nicholson. We have been putting ads in the newspaper for our community or our communications. For our council summary. It's in the very early stages, so I am charting it because I do a unique bit.ly link. So I am able to see how many people do click on it and look at it. So thank you for the reminder, and I will add that to my next communications update. Thank you, Warden.
We also have our news releases picked up on a regular basis by the print and print and digital media, I guess. Thank you. Just to echo the first comments, a very impressive series of numbers, and I think it gives us something, because you always wonder how you're going to measure something, especially something as fleeting as social media and communication. So this is it's a great set of numbers to pay attention to, and thank you. Item number 5, please. Item number 6. Item number 7. Okay, thank you. And item number 8. Member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, Warden. Just in regards to the item B, the bereavement leave, I just made a quick note that Section 1, Part B, in the event, in no event is an employee eligible to leave due to former spousal relationship or relationship by marriage that has since ended or been terminated by divorce or annulment. I'm going to throw this forward. I think I would like to see a change in that, in saying that unless there's children or stepchildren between the two parties, because there's a possibility that there could be a divorce that took place months or weeks before, and there's small children involved. I just think we need, going forward, we might want to take a look at that and provide bereavement leave to that person that needs to take care of children. And I use the term children as the definition of under 18, I believe, and that is the common role of that. But I would like to see that if somebody were in that situation where they do have children, that they would be entitled to bereavement leave.
Okay, thank you. I think what we can do is put that in a yellow sticky in the file. Mr. Belmore? Got it. Thank you. Perfect. I like people that do stuff like that. It's great. Thank you very much, and thank you for the comment. Is there any other comments on the report? Seeing none, could I ask for a mover?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
You've heard the report and the comments. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, Council. And now we'll move to development and property, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the Taste of the Valley. And the first event in 2024 was held on Saturday, August 10th in Barry's Bay with more than 45 vendors participating. Again, the next event in the series is September 7th in Killaloe, followed by September 28th in Petawawa, October 19th in Cobden, and December 14th in Renfrew. And limited vendor spaces still remain. Secondly, expressions of interest to host 25-26 must be submitted prior to 4 p.m. on September 27th. Item number 2 is the Municipal Agriculture, Economic Development and Planning Forum. And I just had an update from Ms. Markwood that registration is now open and that there is also a program that is available. And I will just ask Mr. Davis if that program is being sent out to all the lower tier municipalities. Thank you. He is shaking his head. So that's something we're certainly looking forward to. And at our council meeting last night, we did give approval to be a sponsor for this event as well. Item number 3 is the Bioeconomy Development Opportunity, the BDZ Zone webinar. And it was a webinar put together by David Waibu and our County Forester Lacey Rose, and certainly worth viewing. Item number 4 is the Culinary Content Campaign with Culinary Tourism Alliance. And again, this is in partnership with the Ontario Highlands Tourism Organization, the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, and the Culinary Tourism Alliance. So that will be taking place, or has already, yes, will be taking place from September 9th to September the 11th. Item number 5 is the Starter Company Plus Spring Session completion, and the training session was concluded, and the participants that are identified below will be part of a wrap-up ceremony and presentations, and that's taking place tomorrow. Sorry, that's it's the next one. Sorry, it's the Summer Company Celebration event. My apologies. And this is a wrap-up event celebrating the achievements of this year's 7 Summer Company participants, and it's scheduled for August 29th at 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Pembroke Farmers Market located in downtown Pembroke. So whoever can attend, we'd certainly be pleased to see you. Item number 7 is the Black Ash update. And again, the Black Ash assessment guidelines were just released in June 2024, and the information is there for your review. Item number 8 is an update on the Eganville Paramedic Base, and this base has become operational as of July the 9th, 2024. The service has moved into the newly renovated facility. The total expenditure for the project to date is $512,502. So we look forward to an open house, hopefully sometime in the fall. Item number 9 is the review of expressions of interest for the affordable housing. And this review was put together after the housing initiative that took place earlier in the spring. And the summary recommendations are as follows: to conduct a feasibility study through a consultant to better understand our existing assets and our potential new developments, develop a request for standing offers for modular homes to ensure swift action when funding becomes available, to continue replacing single-unit wartime homes with duplexes and triplexes across Pembroke, Renfrew, and Arnprior. Consider the community living proposal for adding units on leased property as it aligns with our objectives. Reviewing the Clover Health Solutions, Inc. proposal further as it supports mental health and addiction, and aligns with our goals for supportive housing. And continue discussions with Habitat for Humanity for an agreed upon location for a project. Great summary put together by staff, and want to thank them for the time and effort that it took to do that. Item number 10 is the Digital Raster Acquisition Program East 2024. Another good news story that The province is looking at funding this on a go-forward basis, and as a result, that's a savings of $35,000 for the drape acquisition that was included in this year's budget. Item 11 is the Municipal Service Corporation Communal Servicing. And again, this report is part of your package and was prepared by Bruce Howarth and his staff to look at the possibility of some communal servicing. Resolutions, the Regional Incentive Program, Resolution Number DP-CC-24-08-84, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. County Council directs staff to undertake an official plan amendment to enable policies that would allow the county to provide grants, loans to local community improvement plan initiatives, which include the preparation of a regional incentives program, that the regional incentives program have a staff delegated governance structure, and that the regional incentives program include a recommended funding amount for council to consider in the 2025 budget. And again, great presentation by junior planner Nicole Moore and our summer student, and the background is attached. Item number 13 is the Tomlinson Official Plan Amendment and Proposed Ontario Land Tribunal Settlement Resolution Number DP-CC-24-08-92, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. County Council authorized the Chief Administrative Officer, Deputy Clerk, to enter a joint settlement agreement with Tomlinson and the Township of Horton. Again, the background is there. Under bylaws, we have a lease agreement with Victim Services of Renfrew County, Inc., Resolution Number DP-CC-24-08-91, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a lease agreement for a 2-year period commencing October 1st, 2024, with Victim Services of Renfrew County, Inc., for space at Renfrew County Place, 450 O'Brien Street, Renfrew, Ontario. Again, the background is attached. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and committee members Bennett, Eamon, Lynch, McKenzie, Service, Watt, and Weir. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. Council, any questions, comments, concerns about item number 1, Taste of the Valley, and the associated expressions of interest? The Municipal Agriculture, Economic Development and Planning Forum, we've issued a letter of invitation to Minister Thompson and Minister Flack. Minister Flack, as you know, is, in short, agribusiness. And he's eminently suited for it, and this is a perfect forum for him. Number 3 is bioeconomy. Any questions, comments, concerns about it? Another exciting field, trust me. Culinary content, always is a hometown favorite. September 9 to 11. Number 5 is startup company. Any questions, comments? And number 6, as the chair noted, I think we're both going to be there tomorrow at the Pembroke Farmers Market from 11 till 2, and this is always a really excellent event. Kylie White, Kyle Radford, Haley Vanzenweg, Caden McKinnon, Kai Myra, Isa O'Brien, and Scarlett Merrill are all the students that were successful this year. And I will bring lots of cash. Last year we went and people ran out of money. I just happen to have some. Item number 7, and we always have Councillor Service, who's lots of money as well. Black Ash update. Number 8, the paramedic station. And number 9, the expressions of interest. So again, this is a great report to share with people. It shows that we're taking it seriously. We've got a framework, a series of frameworks for evaluation. So again, thank you to staff. It's easy for me to say we're going to have a housing summit, and it's easy for me to say we're going to have a plan. And it's even easier to say we have one now. So, but everybody did all the work. So again, thank you to Mr. Davis and his department for putting the event together and then summarizing it so well. Item number 10. Item number 11. And Mr. Howarth, do you have a couple of seconds or a presentation for us, please? Or minutes?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. There was the report is fairly large and has a lot of information there, so I was requested to provide a quick presentation on the report. I am cognizant of the time, so I will try to do this as quickly as possible and probably take out some of the information to be respectful of your time. Before I start, I did want to acknowledge the Frontenac County and their staff. They did provide a lot of information and they were quite helpful throughout this process. There we go. I think that's working now. So the report is on communal servicing and also municipal service corporations. So back in April, County Council did direct staff to look into this and come back with a report with some options. So what communal servicing is, this is a sometimes they're called cluster or decentralized systems. So typically in the bottom left-hand side of the screen, you'll see what a conventional municipal water or wastewater system is. That's where you have your system, and then it is connected to various pipes and distribution systems to development all around the place. At the very top of the screen, you'll see an illustration of private services. That's your typical rural development that has private individual well or septic systems that are servicing lot-specific houses typically. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the communal system. So this is a purpose-built system designed for a specific amount of units that is not really intended to be expanded or go beyond its original design. So in Ontario, these communal systems have typically been built for either condominium or land use communities, or sometimes commercial developments, such as like a high-density hotel or a resort type information. In these cases, it's the responsibility of the developer or the owner of the system to maintain it and to make sure that it is working properly. So in the case of a condominium, it's the condominium corporation that would typically be in charge of making sure that the system operates and provides that service to the residents. One of the drawbacks for this is that under provincial law, the municipality is required to have a responsibility agreement with that developer so that in the instance of a default or that system fails, the responsibility ultimately would fall on the local municipality to come in and fix the solution or assume ownership of that system in the case of that default. So because it is recognized as a mandatory sort of service that residents have, that they have access to clean water and their waste is disposed of. So that MRA, the Municipal Responsibility Agreement, municipalities typically would ask for 100% securities to be held in perpetuity in the event that that system were to fail or the municipality was asked to come in and take ownership of the system. So what this results in is that developer who's looking to put the system in to support the development would ultimately be paying for the system twice. Once to put it in, and then again pay for it a second time to the municipality just to hold the monies there if in the situation they were ever needed. So obviously this creates quite the disincentive for this type of development. So Frontenac County, we spoke about earlier, they are piloting a service where they have created a municipal service corporation, which we'll get into later on the slide, where they're promoting the use of communal services. The developer would construct the systems, and then instead of keeping ownership and maintenance of it, the developer would immediately hand it off to a municipal service corporation. And then once that is dedicated, the corporation would then assume all responsibility for maintaining the system and making sure that it is operating in accordance with all the ministry guidelines. So the Eastern Ontario Wards Caucus is supportive of the utilization of communal decentralized water and wastewater solutions. The EWOC recognizes that communal services can provide an economical and effective solution that is environmentally sustainable. It can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it also furthers both the federal and the provincial government's housing strategies by leveraging centralized communal systems. The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus letter also identified economic advantages by minimizing the need for extensive infrastructure investment and long-distance transportation of water and wastewater infrastructure, which can result in cost savings and also assist in unlocking plots of land which is currently too expensive to service. The report did identify some drawbacks. Previously this year, it was identified that many municipalities across Ontario and in Renfrew County, we are currently struggling with the cost of the existing systems that we have, especially with some limited low users. And so given the historical difficulty to fund, operate, and maintain some of these systems, a policy shift that would promote more small systems spread over a larger area, such as Renfrew County, that should be cautiously considered. In addition, the efficient delivery of services and infrastructure is a key goal in planning and is highlighted throughout all levels of policy, whether it's provincial legislation or policy documents. So not only do municipalities make decisions that impact municipal services, but also other agencies and programs, whether it's hospitals, schools, communication, energy. So all of these decisions that are made could have impacts on those services. So in addition, some of these proposals that we've seen in Renfrew County have involved leapfrogging or going over previously undeveloped land, a strategy that leads to inefficient and poor long-term planning outcomes. And other proposals were to address, we'll call them political situation or political issues related to developing near a township border or municipal border where the adjacent town was unwilling to extend their services beyond its municipal boundary. And so this topic sort of just highlights the complexity of planning and development where practical or political considerations can sometimes outweigh the conventional benefit of those communal services. So while communal wastewater and water services, they can support a higher density and yield many positive outcomes, especially during a housing crisis, policies on where these are used should be carefully considered to make sure that we have efficient service delivery beyond just what is under the control of local municipal programs. So Municipal Service Corporation, this refers to an entity that is established by a municipality or a group of municipalities to provide system, service, or a thing that the municipality itself can provide, but subject to specific criteria and requirements. So, and a municipal service corporation could be used for a variety of services like economic development, building services, planning, human resources, public works, IT, or water or wastewater services. So regarding water and wastewater systems, the Municipal Service Corporation would own and be responsible for the long-term maintenance and operation of the system, including the distribution. As the MSC is under municipal ownership, these systems would not require the developer to post securities for the life of the system. Another one of the benefits is that the Municipal Service Corporation is financed outside municipal budgets and those constraints. It can borrow and secure monies independently. It also allows for profit or profit sharing, something that that municipalities aren't allowed to do. So it would have the ability to act as a utility, so to charge back to the users a charge for the provision of that service, the maintenance of the system, and ultimately its eventual replacement. So the municipal service corporations, the requirements to set one up is governed under the Municipal Act. The Municipal Act sets out the requirements to set up the corporation, which includes a mandatory business case. The business case would address key factors such as governance and management structure. And with regards to the management structure, the following would need to be established. We have to look at things such as how many board members, how many, if any, municipal council members would serve on the board, length of the board terms, operation standards, rules and responsibilities, the corporate structure, and also there is a requirement for public consultation. So I know I'm going through this very quickly and probably missed some of the details, but some of the options that the report considered was the status quo. So communal systems are currently permitted and they can be privately developed provided that the municipality is willing to enter into that municipal responsibility agreement, the MRA. Or if the municipality is willing to assume the ownership operation of the system outright. So a municipality can right now already do this on their own. There is not any need for a county approval or process required. So the municipality, if they would like to, they can just assume these systems. The second option would be to set up the municipal service corporation, much like Frontenac County. So a municipal service corporation could be exclusively owned by the county, or it could be jointly owned by the 17 local municipalities with or without county involvement. The third point is we could join an existing MSC like Frontenac County. If, for example, if once theirs is up and fully operational, finding one and joining that one would be an option. Frontenac County has already indicated that at this time they are not ready to expand, but that is an option for potentially the future. And the last bullet point that is on the screen is advocating for council to the provincial government for the consideration of amending the guidelines to remove that municipal responsibility agreement for private systems. Eliminating the municipal responsibility for failed systems would again remove that need for large security funds, making these systems more financially viable for developers. And the recommendation that was included was that council direct staff to continue to explore options for a municipal service corporation for communal servicing as presented. Thank you, Chair.
With that, could I get a mover for that, please? Whitewater and then Greater Madawaska. Oh, is that recommendation not there? It's not in the report. Oh, it's only information. My apologies. I saw recommendation.
Sorry, Warden, could I ask a question?
You sure can now that I've straightened my mess up.
No, it's good. Just given the time of day we're at right now and the depth of this, I have a number of questions I'd like to ask. I'd like to see if we could seek council's permission to sever this item and bring it up at the next. I don't think it's time sensitive. Could we push it to the next county council meeting?
Sure, that makes sense.
And if I may, Mr. Warden, could we also have a copy of that slide deck? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll sever it.
Perfect.
We'll pull it into the next session.
Because I see this working beautifully in Foymount, so I can't think of a better time to sever it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly, I should add that the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and ERN and Frontenac Municipal Services Corporation received $1 million from Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to support water and wastewater management through the creation of municipal service corporations supporting communal servicing in small and rural municipalities. So you'll be hearing more about this as that process winds out. Thank you. And we'll move to item 12, which is Regional Incentives Program. And again, okay, what I would suggest is we pull this one out as well for our next meeting, if that's okay. Thank you. And thank you to Mr. Howarth and Ms. Moore for your patience. We really appreciate it. And next is item 13. And you see is there any questions, comments? Item 14. So seeing none, with that, a mover, please.
So moved, Warden.
So we are going to vote on the report as a whole minus items 11 and 12, which will be heard at the next council session. Everybody understands that? I know I do, so I think since I'm the low edge of average, that should work out. Yeah. All right, so all those in favor? Opposed? None? Carried, thank you.
You're not just severing, you're actually tabling those.
Okay, so I misspoke. So they were both tabled, and do I need a motion? Could I have a motion, please, from Whitewater, seconded by Boncher Valley? Discussion on tabling 11 and 12. Postpone? Postpone? Okay, perfect. All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you. The minutes will be very clean, trust me. And, sure. And then, yeah, I think we're in good shape. 5 minutes, a true 5 minutes. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much, and thank you to our viewers for rejoining us. I should add that August is always a very long session as we're catching up on some things that occurred. So we'll move on to Community Services report, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Community Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1, Annual General Report. Attached to this report is the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Annual General Report. Item 2, Annual Rent Increases Guideline for 2025. As a result of the joining of different housing corporations, this is a catch-up, and the Renfrew County Housing Corporation approved an increase to rent in the amount of $10 per month, and it is attached for your information. Item 3 is the Mesa update, just a really good accounting of what Mesa has been doing since the beginning. Item 4 is the warming center for 2024-25 winter months. As you know, a lot of work has been put into this, and the committee directed staff to review options for a warming center for the period of November 2024 to April 2025, and to initiate discussions with the City of Pembroke and interested service providers, including the Grind Pembroke, regarding these options, and bring back information in September. Item number 5 is the Early Development Instrument Reports, and this is a questionnaire completed by kindergarten teachers for each student in kindergarten, senior kindergarten. So attached is the summary report for the County of Renfrew for EDI Cycle 6 and EDI Overtime Report for the County of Renfrew, showing comparative data over all 6 cycles of the EDI reports, all of which is respectfully submitted, Freudian slip, by Ann Giardini, by myself as chair, and committee members Emo, Grills, Mayville, Nicholson, and Service.
Great. Thank you very much. Members of committee or council, questions, comments, concerns on item number 1. What an easy read this is. You know, it's well laid out. It flows nicely, and you can pick out information for just to share. And some of us that make public appearances, it's going to be an easy document for me to pick out information to very quickly share. One of the things that really stood out to me was when we're talking about in our house after a housing summit about taking some of our wartime housing and as it wears out, pulling it down and replacing it with multiple units. And I look and I see in the report it says we have 60 single-family units. So in theory, those lots would at least hold a duplex and in some instance a triplex. And to do that, that would could increase our capacity by between 120 and 180 units. So there is some reassuring news in here, so thank you very much for this. As I said, it's a very easy read, and I've shared it a couple times with people through electronically. Item number 2. Item number 3. Item number 4. Great. Item number 5. Oh, I'm sorry. The member from North Laguna.
Yeah, in regards to item number 5, I thought this was a really, really interesting report. And the only question I had was on page 3 of the Early Development Instrument over time, and it was cycle 6, where all the other cycles we seem to be right in line with the provincial numbers. But it looks like there's a spike at cycle 6. Is this something that should be a concern for Renfrew County, or is the variation not of significance? I'm just wondering if, through you, maybe to the Director of Community Services.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Warden Yvonne, and through you to Councillor Rose and to all of Council. So we shared the manager of Children's Services had shared these reports, and I think in the committee it was discussed, some of the areas that there were some risks associated with the children that we were looking at in the department. So my report is currently spinning here in diligence, so I can't get to the page that you're speaking of, but certainly something that we can take a closer look at and bring information back through to the committee and for council.
Follow-up?
Yeah, just a follow-up, because I mean, the graph indicates that there's it looks like a significant change, but then in some of the explanations later, it talks about really having to dig into the data, the percentages, and sometimes they're not as critical as they look. So I just wondered if it's an area that Renfrew County should be concerned about.
Ms. Patrick?
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Council. Certainly, I can indicate that this data is used by the Children's Services team, and in terms of looking at their programming and work with the daycare centers. And I know some of our work that is collaborative with the MESA initiative is looking at some vulnerable individuals and families and how we can provide some of those comprehensive supports through those programs. So can't give you a specific answer to that question, but do know that this data is used extensively by the Children's Services team, and certainly will endeavor to bring greater analysis back through committee.
Thank you very much. Again, an excellent report. Member from Whitewater?
Thanks, Warden. I had a question on item number 4, if I have permission to go back.
Sure, most definitely.
And I apologize, I wasn't available for the committee meeting, so I would have asked this at committee. Just on the warming center proposal, just given the fact that it's now the end of August, we're looking for, the recommended start date is 1st of November. Can staff provide any insight in terms of the timeline between now and potentially an opening date of 1st of November? Is that likely, or are we having any challenges at this point in time with the other partners or leaders in this?
So at this time, I'm holding off calling a meeting of an advisory committee simply because the staff are talking and working with the other staff to see if they can find a way forward. And so I know what the report says because I helped write it about August, but since there is some things going on in the background, I won't let it go too long. I'm not sure why I have ownership of it, frankly, but we have to a degree, and we won't let anything happen that's bad. We'll make something work. I hope that's reassuring. Thank you for the question. And with that, is there anything else on the report? Could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Council, you've heard the report and you've heard the discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And Roma, please. Oh, you're last. So, I'm sorry.
You really want me to do this Roma report?
Yeah. Was it bylaws first? Okay, my apology. Bylaws. Would like a mover that the bylaws listed on the County Council agenda dated August 28, 2024 be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Kiluhagi Richards and Horton. Congratulations. You've heard the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And now written reports. I don't have a written report. Apologize. We had a number of good delegations. Just very quickly, the delegation with the Minister of Education, the newly minted Minister of Education, went very well. Ms. Dunlop, Minister Dunlop, did a great job of listening and showing a remarkable depth of understanding for a very complex question. We went in asking for more daycare spaces. It is our opinion, I believe Ms. Patrick can change my number with a frantic waving of her hands. We're asking for a little over 200 spaces, and we have some partners in the sector that are ready to go, but can't really make it work without the allocation. Our ask was that some of our existing allocation is tied up in future construction projects. And so we asked to be able to pull those from the construction projects, which may not happen until 28 or 29, and then replace them down the road. Or, as others are not using theirs, can we have more reassigned to Renfrew County? So she sounded as promising as a new minister can, I'm not being sarcastic, about taking a look at it, and seemed quite genuine in her questions and her response. I've appeared before her a number of times and talked to her privately over the years. I like her, and I think she's genuine, so if there's a way forward, and if she doesn't get bogged down and stifled by her department, and I don't mean that negatively, it's just there's a lot of work, there may be a path forward. They did tell us to reapply, I think in September, October, something like that. So yeah, we'll do that again. Minister Tobolo, very enthusiastic, had just come back from looking at another program and shared the information with us. We barely got through our presentation because he was so interested in sharing information. And so again, an exciting time for us, and we have a good relationship with the minister. We met with the Associate Minister of Emergency Preparedness, Trevor Jones, and shared our idea. We thanked him for the sandbagging funding and explained to him that it had been in use already, and that it had been used when called upon by Emergency Ontario. We had set it into the system. It is now in the system for Emergency Ontario as well, so that it can be called out to other locales in need. And so it was sent up, I'm going to say Blind River, somewhere in that area, and was used and was greatly appreciated. Our ask was quite simple. We were asking for some funds to set up a volunteer emergency response team for Renfrew County. And it's modeled loosely on the model that's in Germany. And we've had some presentation from them in the past for new members. And so they have it's a federal responsibility there, so they've got a team ready to go or ready to be called on for any kind of an emergency, so they can come in and assist and help set up a response. And they have active members of staff who lead teams in an emergency. And so what we're asking for is money to set up a volunteer teams approach for the county, with some specialties that would respond very quickly with the paramedic command center set up and assist with local emergencies. It's a different approach for Ontario, and by coincidence it meets with what Associate Minister Jones was talking about is a provincial priority and one of his departments. So it was very well received as well. Lots of back and forth, and I understand there's emails going back and forth as well, so we'll keep you posted on that. I didn't do that one.
Yes, you did.
No, I don't know. I was just stuck with Oma. Yeah.
I swear to goodness you were there. Yeah, we also met with, we expected to go see the parliamentary assistant, no, I'm sorry. Kevin Holland quickly was removed from his post on Friday, and we ended up meeting with Minister Kuzendova Pashta of long-term care, who was she's currently a former nurse, and was very knowledgeable about long-term care. It was a really good conversation, actually, and very engaged. And actually, Mr. Blackmore and I had a good opportunity to see her a few times throughout the conference, and she's very well engaged and should be a good asset for long-term care. So what did we meet with her about? Oh, just community paramedicine, of course. Yeah, and we talked about community paramedicine. She's really likes the program, and very knowledgeable that we were first in the province to do this, and looking forward to continuing on in that relationship. And then, of course, PA Michael Smith, Dave Smith. Oh my God, Dave Smith.
Yes, so we met with Parliamentary Assistant Dave Smith, who is a Peterborough area MP, and we talked about MPAC and some of the frustrations with it. And as has been consistent for the last 4 years, the government is somewhat vague on the timing of the next reassessment, and all the signals are there's nothing going to happen in the next little while. And so, I think we're stuck with the old system, and then we're stuck with the old assessment. I'm sorry, the system seems to work fairly well in terms of the ability to appeal and get new numbers. So we're stuck with the old assessment, and we expressed our concerns about what happens when the new assessment comes in, and you have to blend it after an 8-year and possibly 12-year absence. He was sympathetic to us, but that was it. Yes, please.
I'm just going to add to that. So it's not that I blew it, guys, but normally when the County of Renfrew goes to a delegation, they have a solution or a possible solution for the minister, associate minister, or PA. I was very honest with Parliamentary Assistant Smith. We don't have a solution. We're just asking them to reassess. So I know that MPAC put out the literature a couple of years ago saying that they were going to try and reinvent the wheel. They were going to try a different methodology. For years, they were blaming the provincial government. By putting that letter out, they kind of shot themselves in the foot. So where they were doing this, well, now somebody's got to do something. These assessments have to be done. And kudos to Mr. Burke for his participation in the delegation. I thought he was amazing. So thank you, Warden, and thank you for letting me lead that delegation.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is stress to you how grateful we are, and I do mean grateful because it's, as the member from Blanchard Valley has said, we show up, and I'm sure the member from North Algona Wilberforce will concur. We show up with a very detailed package, usually with numbers, usually with ideas, all bound together into a solid plan going forward. And so that doesn't happen in the 15 minutes I'm in the corridor or in the middle week of August when we're cramming through all of that stuff. My contribution is trying not to stumble over it as I'm delivering it after a week of looking at it. And so, we're very fortunate through the CAO, the directors, the on-the-ground staff who all contribute to these briefs. And it's tough to only have 15 minutes and to leave an impression, but it does work. There are ministers who will bump into you in the hallway to ask more questions about it. So I know people question the value of the 15 minutes, but that's how we introduced them to VTAC. That's how we've introduced them to the official plan changes. That's how we've introduced them to the concept of MESA, or reinforced it, was with 15 minutes and then follow it up with a number of longer sessions. So we have to hook their attention before we can hook them into supporting it. So thank you to staff for good documents, solid documents, good presentations that last exactly 10.5 minutes, and then Mr. Yakubuski has his piece and the minister has his piece. And God help you if a minister wants to talk in the middle of it, because I started ripping pages out and skipping around. But it went really well, and it's due to the effort of staff. So thank you. Thank you to the chairs that went as well. Again, it's a chunk of time out of the middle of your day, or a couple of days where you have to show up and perform on cue. So all of you did very well. Thank you. ERN, no report.
Thank you, Warden. We didn't have a meeting this month. And just of note, I'm not sure if you'd like to join, but our meeting this month is here at the Best Western.
I wasn't aware of that. I may stop over. What are you having for dinner?
I think it's a lunch. We moved the meeting.
I'm not going for wraps. Okay, thanks. I have some standards.
Alrighty then.
Okay, thank you. I'll put that in my calendar.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we didn't have a meeting in August.
Perfect.
Actually, for Ms. Dombrowski, now we only have a meeting once every 2 months, just for your notes for the agenda. Thank you. So it doesn't look like I'm dropping the ball every second month.
So Federation of Canadian Municipalities, no report, and Roma, please.
Finally, for the third time, now we're here. All right, so members of County Council, the Roma Board met virtually on July 19th. Discussion items included LAS Water and Wastewater Expert Panel, and of course, as many of you know that went to AMO, this panel was oversubscribed. People were lined up in the hallway, so it really proves out what a challenge water and wastewater is in so many municipalities across Ontario. So that LAS, I think, in my opinion, they presented to AMO, they presented to Roma 3 times. They had Judy had a really good handle on where we could go with this, and I think that she did an excellent job of speaking to our elected and staff. It was suggested that perhaps Judy have a separate panel just with staff, so I mentioned that to her in the hallway. You know how elected can get. We get so chatty, we kind of take over, so I was not there, but so it wasn't me. In addition, we discussed the Roma 2025 conference, the revised 2024 work plan, and our communications update. I'm not sure who spoke to communications earlier about Tina's, I believe it was Mayor Nicholson. Our communication through Red Brick is just exemplary, and I hope that you are all getting the updates. Of note, we added the municipal fire departments into our work plan due to the mounting legislation around apparatus, and we received support from Roma for Bon Ashir Valley's resolution to exempt emergency vehicles from emission standards. I hope that you guys are all going to also support that. Karen Nesbitt from Policy AMO gave an update on housing and homelessness, infrastructure, health, childcare, and Indigenous relations. The Roma Board also met in person on August 18th at the AMO conference. At that time, Chair Robin Jones resigned and left the meeting to first Vice Chair Krista Lowry. We had an opportunity to have lots of time with Minister Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. We discussed the AMO paper regarding social and economic prosperity, concerns with Federal Housing Accelerator Fund, and a continued partnership with MMAH. Minister Calandra committed to having more conversations with the Roma Board and was very interested in our rural perspective. Just as the warden said, so that got us on his radar. Obviously, Minister Calandra has only been there for a year. The Roma Board had never met with him before. Now we've got this, hour and a half with him where we all have FaceTime recognition. And so in the hallway later on, or the next morning actually, he said he was so interested in a partnership, especially with Roma being the rural perspective, that he said we should keep the lines of communication open and maybe meet every couple of months or every 6 months just to keep each other informed, which I thought was amazing. So the warden is absolutely correct. You can have as many delegations as you want. You don't think that they might matter, but they do matter in the hallways when you see those ministers, PAs, and associates later on. The AMO election resulted in former Chair Jones becoming the president of AMO. Congratulations to my friend Robin. However, due to a job change, one of our board members and second vice chair was not able to return. We sadly said goodbye to Sandra and wish her well in her role as city manager of London. The election also resulted in a lot of change in our AMO appointees on the Roma board. We thanked Rainey Weisler, Paul Adam, and Peter Emo for their years of service to Roma. New AMO Rural Caucus appointees Dane Nielsen, Natasha Sullivan, Nathan Townend, and Tanya Verbosch, and staff member Nicole Martin will be onboarded at our September meeting. And on a personal note, I just want to thank Peter for mentoring me when I was brand new on the Roma board and sort of being, well, I guess I was his left hand, but just thank you so much, Peter. Personally, I really didn't want to do this without you, and I'm I know the amount that's going to be on my shoulders because we were sort of tag teaming Roma, so I will take it from here, but thank you very much. And thanks to everybody that helped out with Peter's re-election campaign. It is a shame, but Peter is still on the AMO board as the chair of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Thank you, Warden.
Great. Thank you. And just to follow up, thank you very much, everybody, for your support. It didn't work out. That's what happens sometimes in elections. And amazingly enough, in my life, I've never lost an election except 2 for AMO. So I'm not sure what's going on. I just keep getting appointed every time there's a vacancy, but I can never seem to win an election. So whatever it is, my charm or the lack thereof doesn't seem to translate well outside of Renfrew County. But I seriously, well, thank you very much for your support. I really appreciate it, and your advice over the years. We'll move to notice of motions. Members' written motions. Any new business? Seeing none. Number 19 is the confirmatory bylaw. That a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on August 28, 2024, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Can I have a mover, please? The councillor from Brudenell, Lindhoff, Raglan, and from Madawaska Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Very quickly, during the week, if you had a few minutes, if you could take some time to think about the recent tragedy in Eganville and the loss of life, and just take a moment to think about the family. So, thank you. With that, I'll move to adjourn, and we'll have Madawaska Valley and Petawawa. Gary's been very keen to get his hand up there, so I got to get him in. So, thank you very much, everybody. All those in favor?